Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Super, Jaybridge, Big Bad Dirty Dog, Granddad, anyone else who might be around. I stayed up entirely too late last night doing nerdy Pokemon shit, but it was a good time. I made Dot Flap. Oh, what was your approach? Um, no more Moze tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what tomorrow's gonna be. We'll figure it out. But oh, there's a sneeze. That one was like behind there for a while. Today, finishing off the Bearfist stuff. Now's the part where we do build science. Now's the part where I can pretty comfortably just dump my inventory and start using some fun gear combos. I'll provide ideas. You do something silly on Zane. Not more Zane. Is it Zane's turn? Really? Isn't it Flack's turn? No. Shit, it is Zane's turn. Can it just be Amara's turn? No, it's totally Amara's turn. Right? Yeah, it's Amara's turn. Trying to think which playthroughs I've done recently and what order they happened in.
That's all I've got.
Supplied.
A2's turn. I understand what you're going for. Bit of too late Pokemon, of course. It's still June. It's still June. Okay. So, what I'm thinking is I want to see how a heat exchanger is sustainability wise. I want to test out Raging Bear sustainability wise. Um, I guess Green Monster, we don't have really much reason to do those. Although, it would be funny with the static charge stuff. Fish static charge, Green Monster. Also not here tomorrow, so A2 to spite me. Oh, that'd be the funniest shit. Argon's got a surprisingly high dot. Ooh, interesting. Hey, Barista, how you doing? Um, remind me having to do open stuff. Okay. Let's start with heat exchanger. Four feature creep, 1 RPMs. AoE radius, and what do I want on the last one? Hunters only firefight mode in Halo Reach. Called it Hunt Apocalypse. That's fun. 95k card dot. Boost with AC status, chance of damage. 95k is not bad. So how are you using the smart gun? Are you chucking or shooting? Or are the drones applying the dot? Hmm, yeah. Yeah, I'm interested. Both? Fair enough. Um so like options for third passive here. Let me pull up a heat exchanger so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So we're gonna want 4 of this and then 1 of this. Because these are comparable in value, but 1 point of this is more because the double dip. Because I already have presence of this elsewhere. Splash radius, splash damage. The third slot is questionable because we could go melee to benefit fish, grenade radius to make fish more able to hit things, although that might actually make life harder for me. Um, action skill damage, which would be very minor formula-wise. Would actually probably swing me over to running 1 point this instead of that. Move speed won't help Bear, would help me. Um, do action skill damage and just be straightforward. Wouldn't help bear. Yeah, bear doesn't get your movement speed. Bear doesn't get movement speed unless you are talking about double time. Like if bear got movement speed, it wouldn't change anything actually. Actually, it would, because phalanx vagabond stuff would go crazy since you can't take damage while you're in bear. So you would just always have the crazy vagabond thing going on. Yeah, we do action skill damage. Sorry, brain's still processing slow today. Woke up recently. Don't mind me. Um. Yeah, the scorching point probably isn't optimal formula wise, but I'm just doing it anyway. We got that, and this is a legitimate roll. For whatever reason, heat exchanger is set up in a way that not only can you get up to 4 points in feature creep, but it's also possible to not roll a total of 5 skill points at all. You could roll a total of 4, which is weird. But yeah, look at that. It's a funny description now. 90% Iron Bear damage and 225% Iron Bear damage resistance. Cat, don't ever do that again. Holy shit, that sound was awful. Um, do I go fish or... I mean, I could maybe try out like a light speed. Like, we're doing the dot tech, right? That not being added with other action skill damage is just silly. Yeah, heat exchanger is a crazy good, whether or not you're using miniguns. With miniguns, it's like cleanly just insane. Um, if they had made this for like more than just miniguns, I do think this class mod would have seen more use. But then again, it's a DLC 6 class mod, and for whatever reason, people were very adamant to like only attempt to see value in Death's Blessing where there is none, and then just like ignore the rest. Now, the Zane one should be ignored because it's terrible. Um, Honestly, more terrible than the Amara one even. But like, Black and Moze got really good class mods with DLC 6, and neither are respected enough, in my opinion. Hey Martyr, how's it going? I'm tired. Other than that, pretty good. How are you? And also, hi Austin, how you doing? Crazy Vagabond sounds like my last trip to the city. Monka. Alright, put that up on screen. Optimal red suit. Optimal red suit is probably double Nova. Do we go ASC Fire? We should. I can always just switch over to a flame. Like, options. Options, 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 options. What if I ran... No, there's not enough annoyance slots for that. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what if I ran Terror Generation? Then I can't have Iron Bear throw and a Hardpoint Anoint. Honestly, doing without the Hardpoint Anoint wouldn't be the worst thing. But yeah, Shield Anoint slot on Moze is sometimes sometimes a bit of a dud. We'll go with Fire here. And then I'll get the fish. And light speed and stuff. Let's do light speed first, because I'm curious. I haven't tried this. Dot grenades from Moze while inside Iron Bear? That sounds fun, right? That sounds enjoyable. Like, we don't have URAD right now, but I could also just have a URAD GA. We'll see what happens. Active players that look converted who in their right mind. Some people got used to it, I guess. I don't want Splash on Fist, thought they didn't do Splash. Because my grenades do Splash, Rad Explosions do Splash, my red suit aura around me does Splash, and what else would I take? Like, grenade damage? Which, fair enough, I should do that. Make an extra heat exchanger with grenade damage. Red suit, light speed. View. RIP US student loan forgiveness, thoughts and prayers to all those affected. I have a lot of not nice things to say about a few things that have happened this week. Suffice it to say, I want to tell everyone who ever said, and this was a lot of people, back in 2015, that anyone worried about certain issues was being alarmist. I want to go back in time and tell them all again to go fuck themselves. What was the worst that could happen? Yeah, this. Everything that's fucking happening. That's how we got here. Go back to the heat exchanger real quick. I'm gonna put grenade damage on this. Formula-wise, that's actually pretty good. And artifact-wise, maybe I do that, loaded dice? I mean, it'd be weird not to do Vic Rush. You don't proc Vic Rush while you're in Bear. Right? Or do you, and then Bear just doesn't get your V1? Paid off my student loans decades ago. There's no forgiveness for those of us who got our degrees and worked hard to pay off the debt. We got to get our education. I'm not sure if that's satire or not, Granddad, because like it's so hard to tell nowadays. But like we all know that money doesn't work now how it did then, and financial circumstances now are not the same as they were then, and the job market is not the same now as it was then, and the housing market, cost of living, and all that. We all know all that, right? We all know. Just making sure, because it's hard to tell. Like, it's easy to come at this from an angle of, well, you got yours, so your take doesn't matter, or from the angle of, I got mine, so this is a bad take. But no, like, I'm glad other people had the opportunity. I just think more people should. And yeah, like this idea that people are unable to pay off their loans or shouldn't have forgiven because other people didn't is like, okay, so if someone's drowning, a lifeguard shouldn't step in because other people have drowned. That's how that works. Red dot chance is interesting here. Yeah, this is gonna be super weird and experimental artifact wise, but that's what we're here for. Pay for qualified employees also higher now than it was 20 years ago. Same amount of pay went to pay and rent, utilities, food, entertainment. Okay, you realize that money is not worth the same as it was then. So that wasn't satire. You realize we are not in a position where someone can be paid, let's say, $14 an hour and use that money to to afford the expenses of their entire household. Like, you realize that people collectively working 3 part-time jobs for a total of, say, I don't know, $35 an hour are not able to afford groceries, much less rent, having a personal life, medical bills, especially if you're in the US, having a pet, unforeseen expenses such as a death in the family. Like, that's not how money works. And wages are not, in fact, rising faster than inflation. And that's just literally not how money works. And also, let's dissect this further. Qualified employees. What does that mean? What jobs are we talking about specifically? What industries are we talking about specifically? And like Barron said, tuition has increased 169% over 4 decades, and wages have increased 19%. Like, how is someone who, at most, maybe they had a job at like Subway or Wendy's in high school, making like, what do you make at Wendy's? Well, let me put actual numbers to this. $15.70 is the high end for a crew member, and $9.50 for a cashier. Why do... That's a weird range. Well, that's in my state anyway. So let's assume you're an absolute baller at Wendy's and you're making 15 bucks an hour. What can you do with 15 bucks an hour working part-time as a student when college tuition is not in that range, much less if you're also responsible for your own rent, if utilities aren't included in that rent, and as mentioned before, if you're aiming to have a personal life, have a pet, you have medical bills. Like, it's not that people aren't working, it's that wages have not proportionally increased at a rate that allows people to do things like support their own education. And then you have the monstrous interest rates on those massive student loans, and people aren't getting more money after they get their degree. That's just not how the working world works. Like, where's the mistake? What should people be doing that you think they're not? In terms of, like, well, you shouldn't need to have your debt forgiven. Like, what should they be doing? And if you say invest, please don't say invest. Please. 30 years ago, I turned 29 an hour because the location was overpriced. I moved from California to South Dakota, made $9 an hour, pay for everything. Yeah, that's because money was worth more then. Yes, 30 years ago. $29 an hour 30 years ago went farther than $29 an hour now. $29 went farther than now. Like, the fact that you were able to turn down $29 an hour because it was mildly inconvenient, you know, like, judging from, let's use the lens of my own experience. In 2017, for barely over half of that, I was commuting across state lines because I needed the money. I was literally working in a different state than where I was living for barely above minimum wage because I could not afford to turn that down. And that still wasn't enough to, like, at the time I was looking at apartments, and it just, I couldn't do it. That's not enough money. So the fact that, like, wasn't money was worth that, no, that's literally how inflation works. No, it is that. It is exactly that. That is what the concept of inflation is. Yeah, you were willing to go somewhere that's less expensive to live. And what I'm telling you is the way inflation works is the money you had, if you teleported all that money, if you time traveled that money, that exact amount into the world right now, it is worth less. That's how it works. That is how currency as a concept functions. The entire point of things like debt forgiveness is because opportunities that were available back then, when you're talking about, are not available now because of a number of factors. But cost of living, inflation, and disproportionate wages to those things. Also corporate politics, but we don't have to get into that. And things like our elected officials constantly shooting down measures to increase the floor on minimum wages. Cat, what are you doing? My cat is being very cat. Hey, Jacqueline, how you doing? I'm explaining economics, as you would expect in a Borderlands stream. Job I took in July 1993 paid $9 an hour. Yes. The same job pays $25 an hour now. How much do you think rent was then versus now? Hey, Rapid Fire, thank you for the 33 months. How much was rent where you were living? I taught economics. Not well, apparently. How much was rent in that area in 1993?
Inflate these nuts. Got 'em quag jiggling.
And for example, how did you deal with unforeseen expenses like, I don't know, what if you needed a new smartphone in 1993? Yeah, you know, you just needed to replace your smartphone in 1993. Just a hypothetical. No, did you have unforeseen health complications from the COVID-19 pandemic in 1993? That's crazy. were no smartphones in 1993. That's the point. It isn't 1993. The same amount of money brought forward, even increased slightly proportionally, which is not how it works, does not get you anything. I had a broken back in 1993, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. That doesn't mean other people don't have problems in 2023, and that doesn't mean they don't have it more uphill than even you did. What is it with this pointed desire to blame people today for not working hard enough when the deck is actually demonstrably stacked more against them in areas such as income inequality? Like, it is demonstrably worse. Like, what are the mental gymnastics here? $20 of groceries in 2023 versus 1993 is a lot different. Yeah, $20 of groceries in 2023, at least where I live, that is one meal. If you're a small household. Or you're eating processed food. Which is why everyone eats processed food, because, you know, you can't afford the good shit. Granddad, you're not listening. You're not listening here. We understand $9 an hour in 1993. If you adjust to 2023, $25 an hour. That's if that same job exists, which it most likely doesn't. But you're kind of bypassing the whole rent thing. Rent for a 3-bedroom house was $300 a month. $300 a month. 1-bedroom apartments in my area are about $1,300 a month.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
That's not proportionate. Colby, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for not playing Borderlands right now. Paving accident, barista. Been there. Been there. Medical bills for a broken back in 1993 versus 2023. Oof. 2023, where people use ride-sharing apps to go to the hospital because having an ambulance is 2 figures more. Willing to move to an area that has lower rent. Bold of you to assume people are able to just move. How do people just move, for example? How do you just up and move if, one, your life is entrenched in an area and you may have obligations in that area, such as work, such as family, but like, you're assuming that moving is an option. You know, moving costs money too, right? Just move. If it was that simple, don't you think more people would try?
I ain't never gonna join a cult. If you die,
Also the attitude, well, my debt didn't get forgiven, so fuck everyone else. Who cares about that? Right? Like, it's not even been moved to the fiscal responsibility dog whistle argument, because, you know, that's also bullshit. It's just, it wasn't an option for me, so you shouldn't have it either. Like, okay. Just, the sadism in this is kind of ridiculous, because that's what it is. It's sadistic. Like, it's cruel. A new job a couple months ago, worked there for a month, gotten sick by the big thing, parents first and me, for up to 5 weeks, and got fired for it, which isn't allowed, but yeah, it still happens. Retired, put on a solo night shift, or done before, incorrect work time, fired the next day because I left, because no one wanted to help all for a shitty minimum wage. At least I got a free laptop from it. Yeah, I had my hours slashed in one job that I worked because I had the flu and was unable to commute across state lines to work for 2 or 3 days. So they permanently slashed some of my hours and gave them to someone else, and I was no longer making enough money. So I couldn't just move either. It's one of the reasons turned down $29 an hour and move your family, wife, and 2 children halfway across the country. Okay, so understand something here. You being able to do things like a cross-country move, you are already more well off than most people in this situation. Like, in 2023, people do GoFundMes because they can't do things like that. They need to depend on the kindness of strangers giving them money so that they can make these moves necessary to have better prospects at improving their quality of life. Like, that isn't normal, having the means to be able to move cross-country for a job opportunity, much less having said job opportunity. Like, that is abnormal. That's something you really need to understand here. Like, a majority of people around my age, I'm 28, a majority of people around my age who went and got their degree will be in debt for the next 20 years. They will not pay it off until middle age, and that's assuming they're able to find a job that pays well enough with said degree, which is also an abnormality. And then, like, all of the other issues we've talked about, constantly raising cost of living due to inflation, which is, going down depending on where you are in the world, but still not great. Healthcare crisis? Like, that isn't normal. So we eventually got there. The problem many people don't realize is that someone does pay the student debt, and not the person and the taxpayer. Yes, and collectively as a society, if people pay like $2 more on their taxes, nobody has this problem at all anymore. The talking point that you just spouted is not relevant to people in normal income brackets. You will not see an appreciable difference in your taxes. This is why taxing the wealthy proportionally is also a good idea, because it pays for shit like this. 62 got my degree in 2001, paid it off in 2015. Yeah, because you made proportionately more money then. Took you 14 years. Guarantee. Same income you had now with increased cost of living. It takes someone 28 years. If they get to ever pay it off. And like, yeah, we're all taxpayers, as Baron said. I also pay taxes. I don't have student loan debt because I dropped out of college because, number of factors, but one of them was I deemed it to be financially irresponsible for me to be staying there not knowing what I was doing. Oh, I, as a taxpayer in a low income bracket who does not have student loan debt and would not benefit, am very okay with paying like an extra fucking single digit amount on my taxes every year so that nobody has that problem ever again. Why aren't you? As someone who, by your own claim, has firsthand experienced the struggle of having to deal with that stuff. Why shouldn't it be easier for other people so that they can have an increased quality of life? What does that take away from you in an appreciable sense? Take someone 20 plus years to pay off on their debt because they spend more on entertainment? It doesn't, though. You're going through the billionaire conservative playbook of talking points that don't actually align with reality. Like, millennials and zoomers aren't going around dropping their life savings on fucking avocado toast and $1,000 iPhones. Like, that's not actually what's happening. We can't afford that shit. We can't afford entertainment. Hey, Foster, thank you for the Prime for the 25 months. Why would I want to subsidize having an educated populace around me? Beats me. Like, you have gone through the talking points of just work harder. That's not the issue. You've gone through, well, someone's got to pay for it. Yeah, it would be very easily paid for. and now you're going to people are spending too much on entertainment. That is also not happening. That is vaporware as a fucking point. Am I not okay having to pay for someone else's debt? You are a taxpayer. That is what taxes are for. Taxes are to benefit things that the whole of society would be able to experience and improve the quality of said society. That is literally the point of taxes. You pay for fucking roads, you drive on roads, you're paying for those. You pay for roads, you pay government salaries. Like that is the point of being a taxpayer. But like that's what that system is in place for. It's improving the people working more hours than they did 40 years ago. So work harder, we literally are statistically. We're working ourselves into early fucking graves. Can't afford to go out and drink anymore. Having fun is too expensive. I have not gone out with friends in like a group capacity since 2019. Because between the pandemic and then the financial impact of the pandemic, it's not a thing that's been on the table. And in terms of spending money on entertainment, you know why I buy video games? Because playing video games on the internet and hoping people decide to be charitable and give me money because they enjoy listening to me talk while I play those games. That is how I make my money. I buy video games in the hopes that people will decide to give me money. And that's my income. That's it. We drive on what's left of the roads because the taxes we pay for road maintenance double off the politicians' pet project instead of being spent on roads. You mean the same politicians that are doing things like blocking minimum wage increases and using their platforms to proliferate the talking points that you have put in this chat? Like, the exact things that you've said. The profiteering corporate politicians who get in office and do anything to stay there, who are bought and paid for by lobbyists, who do not want people to actually earn living wages, to attack the education system so people are more vulnerable to becoming signal boosters for their talking points, such as what you're doing right now. And, you know, taxes go to things like public education, as Mr. Sean said, to stop conversations from like this from having to happen. Like, you cannot, out of one side of your mouth, claim to have problems with money in politics, which is absolutely a problem, while also having a problem with that money going from those wealthy donors who buy those politicians into systems that would improve quality of life of society in general. It's like, you're either for them or against them. So, like, why are you, out of one side of your mouth, criticizing, and then out of the other side, repeating their talking points? Introspect a little bit on that. And debt forgiveness is already absolutely a thing, as Sora said. Also, many of the people spouting the talking points that you have mentioned here today are people who had debt forgiven as well. One more person says to me I could buy a house if I canceled Netflix. I'll lose my shit. How does canceling Netflix get me tens of thousands of pounds? No, yeah, if you just stop paying for Netflix. How much is Netflix a month right now? If you stop paying for that at every month, you save, like, I don't know, at most like $200 a year. $200 a year is definitely what you can use to purchase a house. It's 10 pounds? Yeah, you're gonna get a house off of that. Same politicians need to be replaced with statesmen and limited on the time they can be in office. Okay, we're in agreement on a subject. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. At least here in the US, we're in a political climate where disenfranchisement is the point. Because that creates a more frustrated populace. A more frustrated populace is more likely to vote emotionally. Voting emotionally carries a risk of voting against your interests. And we have a political party that is entirely motivated currently by catering to wealthy donors and their own interests, which are not your interests. So, student loan debt forgiveness going the way of the dinosaur being a victory for the same people that you claim to have a problem with should be a red flag that there is something wrong in your thought process. Like, you have identified the problem and ignored the solution. How you doing, guest? That for 10 years you can start planning to get a home, maybe if the cost of living hasn't outpaced that saving. If we're not dead from a climate crisis in 10 years as well. Air quality is shit where I am today, by the way. Student loan forgiveness, it's in quotes now. Benefit part of society, all of society. Most of us on fixed incomes cannot afford another $2 in taxes because we cannot now afford to pay for food, medicine, medical visits, insurance, even though we work for decades, saved as much. I make less than you, for sure, and I can afford $2 to help eradicate a societal problem that is also responsible for me making less money in the end. I can get down with that, Granddad. That is not how money fucking works. I guarantee you are more well off than I am. And that's still worthwhile for me. You make more than $2,400 a month? No. I do not. How you doing, Control? Good to see you. Been a minute. Hope you're well. Neither do I. Okay. And?
Hey!
What was the point of that number? It was an attempt at a gotcha. You do make more than me. I don't. Yet, even for someone in my low income bracket, a hypothetical tax hike from a hypothetical student debt loan forgiveness would not impact me in any appreciable way. Because that is not how taxes work. At least not how ideal taxes work. Taxing the wealthy their fair share. Eat the rich. The default shift player hit you up? Yeah. Default shift player is a kind friend. An absolute legend.
Oh, hi.
You're saying taxes should be never increased for any reason, people on a fixed income? There's some stuff here. $2,500 years, if you could. Not even in my area, Baron, honestly. Like, if it's... Let's do some math. Let's do some math. Well, let me break out the calculator. You respect posting a class buff? No, I haven't determined if I need to yet. All right, let's go 15 times 12. That's $180 a year from going from paying for Netflix to not. Houses near me. Let's just get the price points. Okay. 489k, 475k, 389k, 565k, 499k, 550k, 449k, 489k. Let's 619. Okay, let's go off a nice round 500k. Good news, good news. If I canceled Netflix for 2,778 years, I could afford a house in my area. Just only 2,778 years. Reasonable. Gotta stop spending money on entertainment. You also have a god roll white elephant. Maybe even two. Cannot afford to pay $2 in taxes because I have all my income go to surviving each month. You should spend less on surviving. Just work harder.
Lorelei, I'm in position outside the Malawan facility.
Wicked! Get in there and take down whatever Malawan's cooking up. I don't care how you do
Hey,
it.
Pollination, hear me out. Arresting human traffickers is unfair to people who've been trafficked. Absolutely. It's preferential treatment. Looking at a house you want to put as opposed to a house you can afford. Have you forgotten the bit where I can't afford any house?
I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
You know, majority of Americans don't have more than like $5 grand in their fucking savings, at least around my age group. There is no such thing as an affordable house. And to answer your question more precisely, the number of 500k was around the upper middle of housing prices in my area. If I went super lowball, wow, 300k. That's more affordable. More affordable. Men in my age group have no savings left. And I'm sorry that that's a reality of people in your situation, in your age group, who have been through what you've been through. I don't think you should be in that position. I don't think other people should be in that position either. And you see, here's the beautiful thing. Debt forgiveness does not make your situation worse. It does prevent the same thing from happening to an entire generation and future generations of people. That's the beautiful thing. It is preventing the suffering of something that you yourself have had to experience. Just because you don't directly benefit does not mean it is not of value. Because it doesn't hurt you either. The idea that it does is a political smokescreen. Because it doesn't. I need a light speed. Do the thing. There we go, we got one. No dot though. Just throw grenades, right? Yeah, that's good damage. Like, this is without pull a holy pin or anything. I kind of almost want pull a holy pin now. That's like good damage.
Anybody keeping score here?
Love Fist and Quags for Adam. Yes, sir. How you doing, Copes? In the UK, there have been reported cases of retired people going on buses all day because they couldn't afford heating. People are literally struggling to survive. Yep. Live in a cheaper place in my country, and the average house price here is 400k USD. Crazy. DMC 5 is 15 bucks on Steam, and that's with the Virgil DLC, so worth to pick up. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's so much value. You'd have to move to Butte, Montana to afford a house nowadays, and even then, maybe not. That's before factoring in things like the socio-political climate in places with lower housing prices. For example, in 2023, I, a black man, am not moving to, I don't know, pick out of a hat, Iowa. Not because I'm drawing some line in the sand, it's because it's just demonstrably unsafe. Like, I work on the internet, and my income is based entirely 100% on the kindness of strangers. I don't go a week without getting called a slur. I could live with that. It's like more the threat of life and limb. In certain areas, you know? I was encouraging someone to take on debt knowing the debt took on paid by someone else. Thing I worry about is teaching the entire generation that their government will bail them out. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. One, the idea of encouraging people to take on debt is only in place because of the massively inflated cost of tuition, and it is designed as an engine to force people in debt to make money. The way you get around that is by eliminating the threat of the debt. That's it. That's it. Tuition is higher. People need to take loans because they don't make enough to pay for it. If you have fewer people doing that, then you have a less educated populace. You have less people less qualified for certain jobs. You have fewer doctors, for example. Fewer lawyers, fewer doctors. Teaching a falsehood as opposed to teaching them the truth. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion of the truth here, and then there's been a lot of easily disproven talking points that originate from billionaires who want people to be in debt that you've been repeating. As someone who is getting dunked on by those same people, you should really... Fuck. Yeah, education should not be for profit, housing should not be for profit, and healthcare should not be for profit. Easy, super easy concepts, right? Be fine with fewer lawyers. Okay, you got me there. You got me there. That was a good one.
Guess they couldn't hack it.
Education should be free, ideally, but I would also accept incredibly cheap education that's collectively paid for by society. And you can get there by proportionally taxing the wealthy and eliminating frameworks of predatory lending. Because predatory lending, unlike the Borderlands 3 gun, boom, segue, master streamer, it's actually quite impactful. Back later, ask about respec again. Sounds good,
Those are
Foster.
advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
And also, going back to the point of, like, you know, people not dependent on the government to bail them out. That's literally what they're there for. That's what the government's for. Like, that's why it exists. That is the function. What else is it for? Who's the best girl in Borderlands franchise? Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to say Hemovorus the Invincible. Because she is thick. That's what it's supposed to be for. In reality, it's become self-serving. Yeah, that's a take we can agree on. We're talking directly about the practice of outbidding normal people on houses for the purpose of renting them out for profit, driving up the house prices to unobtainable landlords for levels for normal people. Freudian slip. Goes into the next thing I was talking about. TikTok landlords are the worst scumbags on the fucking planet. Just reminded me of that. Like, TikTok landlords are people who I hate with every fiber of my being, irrational levels of anger immediately just at the thought of the existence of those people. Oh boy. Like, you guys know that landlord culture is like a thing? They have like subreddits and shit. It's oh. TikTok landlord. So it's there are people who on the social media app TikTok make content out of flexing on them doing things like price gouging rent so that people don't have affordable places to live. Like they explain in great detail how they contribute to driving an untenable housing market because it makes them look cool. Like, just cartoonish supervillain shit.
Hell yeah! Tango spotted.
And then they also come in with weird takes like, oh, landlords should be tipped. You should tip your landlord with your rent every month. Like, huh? Like, bro, what do you mean? These are the people who realize they can make money with being hated. And hate is profitable. That is a through line with a lot of things in society. We live in a society. I feel like I've said society way too many times today. I do like how hands-off this Iron Bear setup is, though, that, like, I'm not paying the slightest bit of attention, and it's still just completely free. This may be rad damage on the, want to be a little more optimal. It's okay, though. Best girl among sirens? Ava, because she's Saint. Yeah, I agree with that. One of those quiet Joker streams again. Yeah, I'm gonna change to a Joker profile pic real quick. Not Lilith. That's also a correct answer. Like wrestling, a lot of business is driven by bad guys referred to as heels in wrestling jargon. He figured it out. Tannis best girl. I think Tannis is like... Tannis as a character has been different in every game in like a noticeable way. I think BL1 Tannis is one of my favorite characters, and then, I don't know, the character just kind of lost her luster for me after a while. Like, compare BL3 Tannis, the decay over time, to BL1 Tannis, and like, BL3 Tannis is just kind of weird. She's just kind of off, a little quirky. Then like, BL1 Tannis, you're like, something is very wrong here. Different levels of weird. Hey, Sleeps, how you doing? It just became overly wordy, which I'm not opposed to. Bonk, Lizzie. Bonk. Stuck with ads, can't afford to support streamers I watch. Relatable. Relatable.
We got contacts.
I was hoping the light speed would do more in this run, honestly. It's just not doing much. We're not getting good dots off of it. We just sit here and hope for raid throws or range option. Thinking other skill tree configurations. Like, if we go down blue to get short fuse, we could just Hunter Seeker short fuse, lol. That's a lot of blue. Like, I hate that fish is as optimal as it is. We could do like a triple sticky nade, honestly. Yeah, maybe a fixative. Maybe a fixative. Excuse me. There we go. And if I'm doing full-time heat exchanger, I'm gonna need cooldown elsewhere. Hoping they could explore more of the ending TPS. It's like an interesting storyline. I believe at some point in like late 2019, like within a month or two after BL3's release, they doubled down on the fact that the next, the plan is for the next main game to explore that. It's kind of a weird choice to just not do any of that in this game. Like, in terms of main plot structure, BL3 doesn't feel like it really matters all that much. It's kind of weird for a main series game. But, like, it also sort of makes sense because BL1 and 2 only work because each other is there and they're tied together in TPS. Like, those are cleanly one unit, by their, packaged as such. Like, there's not a lot of overarching stuff even happening. Probably why they focus on the Destroyer so much. Because, like, that's a bit of connective tissue between those games and this one. Bonking. Stop dodging me. We'll mess around with the artifact and grenade slot more.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Yeah, so like Fish Unleash the Dragon is of course always an option. We lose the benefit of having the second splash radius passive though. A little bunka. I could run a rad grenade and then do like messy breakup to have some range. Been way too long, no longer used to seeing you do things like Bearfist Moze. Man, Borderlands needs Iridian Ruin dungeon crawling. Literally perfect for it. It'd be so good. They could just do Diablo 3 rifts. But like, hey, we found an Iridian planet that seems to change its structure, and we don't quite know how that works. You should go investigate. And boom, randomizer. Randomizer dungeon. Hey, Samich, bro, thank you for the raid. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. I appreciate it. How you doing? How was your stream? Got Breath of the Dying on Mayhem 1 level 40. Pretty stoked. Ooh, yeah. Breath of the Dying is one of my favorites. Good. Been streaming Deep Rock Galactic. You know what? That is still rotting in my backlog. I appreciate you coming over here. Then they're doing something better than D4, and you know how the internet gets sometimes. Oh, Ken, it's so painful. Like, the cope I'm seeing from people being like, yeah, no, D4 content, D4, it's so much better. Like, the copium. Yes, it's better infinitely chasing items you will never see while not having anything to do except for the same 3 nightmare dungeons because all the other ones are inefficient. Yeah, that sounds fun. That's amazing. Like, it's bad when I know a Destiny YouTuber says items are too rare. Now, I have no frame of reference there, how hard it is to get items in Destiny, so I think you'll have to educate me a little bit there. Well, like, the way I see it, you can have either chase items or lack of content, and having both is not really ideal. Because you have this thing not worth doing versus this thing not worth doing. Yay! Isn't this great? Let's try static charge. What do I do for the artifact prefix? Atom bomb doesn't seem to do as much as I want it to. Projector works on Bear in some specific curse capacity, and I forgot the mechanics because it's been a while. Played the Virgil DLC? Yes. Have to ask, played Deep Rock? I have not. It is rotting in the backlog still, Sandwich. It's been there for years, but yeah. Skipping the story didn't make getting level 50 any less tedious, much less grinding Paragon. Yeah. Yellow Drama already. It's still been better than D3's launch. Eventually patch it got up to a great state though, it just took some time. Yeah, Control. It's absolutely true that like you compare D3 launch, D4 launch, I'd say there are fewer problems in D4 launch and, you know, similar amount of content. It's probably unfair to compare, and this is reminding me a lot of launch Wonderlands versus you know, end of life BL3. It's probably unfair to compare the most recent thing at launch to the completed form of a predecessor, especially in an IP that's known for changing a lot over time. That's valid. However, on a basic game design level, D4 seems so determined to directly spite D3 that I think the specific post-launch improvements made by D3 won't happen for D4. In fact, they outlined their plan for changes for like the first season, and nowhere in that was, hey, content that isn't nightmare dungeons and leveling and chasing items that have drop rates that makes them functionally non-existent. And like for me, my biggest issue with D4 is that I don't feel like there's anything to do. Like if you don't feel like leveling a character or chasing an item, what do you do? Like after you've done all the side quests, after you've gotten all the Lilith statues, after you've done each nightmare dungeon once, like what do you do? Phone call, gotta try to get some yard work done before the city decides to find me. Relatable. I appreciate your lurk, Grandot. Is it worth to play D3? I think so. Making the leveling the endgame is so dumb, it's not endgame content. It's the same problem people had with Outriders, where, like, what content is there is good, it's just the longevity is focused on the leveling experience, and that's just not going to hold the majority of players. Like, I know very few people. I actually can't think of anyone who made it to Apocalypse 40 on Outriders. Because it's just doing the same piece of content that doesn't change for hundreds of hours. Outriders DLC was so bad? I don't think so. I don't think it was at all. I think it was actually pretty good content and cool changes to the systems in the game. It's just there's not enough content there for it to last in the way they structured it. Like they intentionally made the leveling curve in that awful and the resource acquisition awful. Thinking that there was enough game there to keep people invested. There's not. I'll tell anyone who's not yet bought D4 to wait for major content updates for considering. Yeah. Overpriced? Yeah, I think that's fair, Jacqueline. I think that's a fair take. You want Reaper of Souls has a spicy endgame. Yeah. So the two DLCs, one is the Necromancer class, and then the other one is Reaper of Souls. You definitely want Reaper of Souls. It's what makes Diablo 3 a good game. But yeah, back to Artifact here. I'm looking at options here, like Cryostone. I just Snowdrift? No. I think it has to be Atom Bomb. No, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, fine. Fine. Not came the fuck out yet. I haven't bothered yet. We've done one takedown so far today. We've just been talking so much. guess I go melee damage there. I do like having rad dot chance, but see how this performs, I guess. And then fish. Cryo, triple link. IB. You got me, default shift player. Friend amongst friends. No, default shift player. You made one incorrectly. Come on, default shift player. You got this. I believe in you. I have no idea why, but the order of parts on a fish slap sometimes make it show as an amalgamator. Like, it's the same parts, just in a different order. It's fucking default shift player. Hey, default shift player is my best friend. Default shift player is a real one. This AAC rad isn't, AAC fire isn't fantastic here, but like, in case we hot swap to a flame. And I don't have a bladed GA, but that's fine. Let's see how this does. Not sure if I buy Wonderlands since it's on sale. Don't even know if I should end up playing it because of loads of games to play and not enough time to play. The BL3 is basically a better version of Wonderlands. Who told you that and what gave you that idea as someone who hasn't played the game either? Like, I can tell you that BL3 is being a basically better version of Wonderlands. It's like they're different enough that that doesn't make sense. Like, they don't try to do the same things. They're different games. Like, that's just not how that works. See you around. Hope you have a good stream. I appreciate you stopping by, Sandwich. Thank you. Sounds like you don't want to buy it. Yeah, it sounds like you're already, like, disliking it, which is fine. But open-mindedness is pretty cool. Inputs value, thank you. Yeah, so, like, Wonderlands is my second favorite Lance game. Obviously, this one is my favorite. If Wonderlands had had the same amount of content as BL3, it would have been my favorite. The only things keeping Wonderlands from being my favorite are a comparative lack of content and some lack of polish in some rather annoying areas, like user interface, re-rolling, that stuff. Certain boss hitboxes. But in terms of, like, core gameplay systems, Wonderlands is really solid. It has the best melee system Gearbox has ever done. Building on grenades being awesome in BL3, they made spells even more awesome. Most of the action skills are good. The multi-classing system's great. They actually have some pretty good writing if you're into narrative stuff. I enjoyed the story of that game quite a lot. The playthrough experience is paced pretty well. It's not like BL3 where it starts dragging on at any point. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's fun to just do playthroughs. I think just the biggest issue most players will have with Wonderlands is there is less game there. And it's especially noticeable when comparing to BL3 because BL3 has so much content. Diablo 3 Reaper Souls endgame sort of like Chaos Chambers. There's a lot more to do to break up the constant dungeon runs, procedurally generated rift maps, lots of randomized repeatable quests generated save quit. What Chaos Chamber should have been. Yeah. Chaos Chamber is Diablo 3 endgame at home, which still makes it very good, in my opinion. Wish Berserker Slam was about to be better in endgame. I always felt it wasn't an option given the others go. Well, that's the thing, Craft Knight. There's a couple action skills that, like, you can't really buff to be... You have to change how they work. Those being Dire Sacrifice and, Feral Surge. Because, like, Feral Surge is already great at mobbing. Like, you can just chain kill a ton of weak enemies, and it's very good. It does fuck all versus bosses. But, like, the way Wonderlands works, mobbing is already the easy part. And Dire Sacrifice has the same problem. Like, it was just never going to be a bossing option. Like, you can't make it into one without fundamentally changing how it works. Or using it as an outlet to apply something else's damage. Which is no longer doable. That fish radius is a little crazy, huh? I didn't prepare for this. I didn't prepare for this. I don't have a second wind gun. Alright, let's run that back. Mention the worst thing in D4 is it being online only. Got rid if you're a hardcore character and it's dying due to server problem. Yeah. D3 was online only as well, but like less online only. That is a sentence that's not going to make a lot of sense. But like, for example, if you're in a solo game in Diablo 3 and the servers start lagging, you can pause your game and then wait for the lag spike to stop so that your character isn't at risk, for example. Can't do that in D4. Not quite being unprepared. Yeah. Lack of content, as I think in main leagues. I have loads of content to do in PL3 already, not sure I'd get in Wonderland. They're different games. They try to do different things. Wonderland's endgame is definitely structured differently. It's a focus on that dungeon crawl, fiddle with a build, repeat loop. And that's fun for some people. It wears thin quickly for others. The most accurate thing I think I could say about Wonderland's content design is that it's a very specific target audience. And if you are not squarely in the middle of that target audience, it'll wear thin for you quicker than another lands game might. Like, BL3 casts a wide net. Bunch of activity variety. You can make it a mindless save quit farming simulator if that's what you're into. Several story DLCs, so people who like doing, you know, narrative stuff, different storylines, they have that. It's a lot more narrow in what it attempts to do. I don't think it fails at certain things because it doesn't attempt to do those things. But it does fail in certain areas. Version with all the DLCs today. DLCs were one of the especially polarizing areas of that game. Like, it's a mixed bag. You get some really cool and fun gear in the DLCs. Like, that's awesome. DLC 4 having the Blightcaller class as well is great, and the playable content, the activity in DLC 4 is the strongest showing of those four. But each of the other three has some sort of significant, like, this kind of sucks thing to it. If you go into treating them as, like, a gear pack that also expands the possibilities that you can see in the Chaos Chamber Randomizer, then looking at it from that perspective, you get your money's worth. But a lot of people, erroneously in my opinion, tried to compare them to, like, Borderlands DLCs, which BL3's first season, for example, is entirely focused on adding narrative stuff and item farms. So it does the same gear thing, but like you have campaigns, which I don't give a shit about. I have well over 7,000 hours in this game, and I just don't give a shit about story DLCs. It's just not for me. Like, my many thousands of hours are primarily in the actual activities, and the first 4 DLCs for this game don't have any repeatable endgame activities. But for some players, that matters a lot. And then you have DLC 5 and 6 for this game, which DLC 5 has no narrative stuff. It's purely gameplay focused, and then DLC 6 does both. There's like small amounts, very bite-sized amounts of story, an overarching storyline across the 4 DLCs in Wonderlands. But it's kind of just, it happens. It doesn't really get any resolution or anything. It's just kind of there. And in terms of length you'll spend, say, going through and seeing that story for the first time, it is a small hour count in comparison. Now, I don't think that's a problem because it puts its energy towards the stuff that actually has longevity. Like, for example, getting an additional 4 rooms in the Chaos Chamber per DLC leads to more hours the more you play the endgame, right? Because you'll see those rooms and it's like, oh, the DLC is doing this for me. So it's a matter of perception. And I can say that there were less of a miss for me because I don't care about the narrative angle. And because I enjoy the Chaos Chamber. But I think both of those things need to be true. Have the same take?
We got contacts. Get good or get dead, scrub.
BRB, actually not going for milk this time. You're not leaving me? I appreciate that. Too many games, not enough time. So true. Also, not enough money to buy all these games. This fall is gonna have a lot of games, and I'm already dreading seeing which ones are gonna be, like, rotting in my backlog. Like, as hyped as I am for Alan Wake 2, I think there's a solid chance it gets sidelined for me for a while. Because, like, I'm still gonna be playing Remnant, most likely. Cyberpunk expansion comes out. And then there's also Spider-Man 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Like, boy, Alan Wake might have to wait a little while. Yep, 4 did it. Missed it. August 3rd? Yeah, so like Alan Wake is October. Yeah, like getting through all those other games before October and then also spending the money to buy Alan Wake 2 as well is like, that's a questionable thing. I don't know if that'll be happening for me. Missed. Waiting whenever we get the more news about Mass Effect, whether they're calling it. Seeing it's still in pre-production. Yeah, interestingly, recently, so like BioWare is pawning off Star Wars: The Old Republic on like another dev, and they're framing it as like focusing on Dragon Age and Mass Effect, which cool. Where's the Dragon Age news? Wasn't that game supposed to come out like this year? It's not gonna. We all know that, but like. Rip SWTOR. I have so many hours in that game, and once it's no longer playable, it's gonna feel weird. Like, even though I haven't played it in several years now, it's gonna feel weird once it's gone. I don't think it's gonna be gone. I think, like, another dev is gonna maintain it. But it's still, like, weird. Baldur's Gate 3 is released. It's been in early access for a while, Lizzie. It hasn't been the full game. The 1.0 release is in August. Kind of like how Hades was in early access for like 2 years. Many like myself have waited for 1.0. I have as well. Baldur's Gate 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Real real gem. Real gem of a game. If you like classic CRPGs. So 3 is like, I have high hopes. Never played a Baldur's Gate game. They're very dated. They're very dated. You played Dragon Age? Like the first one in particular? 80s movie one? They would have to have a mop for the theater floors. Just like constantly during the movie. Yeah, you have? Okay, so the first Dragon Age is spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate. Like, there's a lot of shoutouts and mechanical callbacks. And it's very much in the same vein. Like, turn-based, large in scope world-building wise. Very character-driven by, like, the NPC companions and all that. Very similar vibes, the first Dragon Age game and Baldur's Gate series. Reviews and ratings of games, I realize reviews do not accurately represent whether I like a game or not. Yeah, like, reviews are... ultimately, it's still, like, all opinion, and then, like, if it's a ranked review, like, scale of 1 to 10, they rated the game, it doesn't always match the review. Like, for example, that shitty Wizard game. IGN, like, tore it apart in their review, but then gave it an 8. Like, they actively shat on it in the review, but it still scored an 8. Which caused some conversation. It's like, were they paid to give it a certain score? And then there's like other games where they'll absolutely love, and then they'll give them like a 7. It's just and what's the exact criteria for what a game scores point wise? Like what defines a 10? A lot of people are of the opinion that you should never give 10s because nothing can be perfect, and as soon as you assign something as being perfect, everything else is locked out of that, right? Like, there's a lot of moving parts. Just take reviews with a grain of salt. But aside from Phantom Liberty release and much else I'm looking forward to in the coming months, things look cool, but that's about it to me. That's fair enough. Last of Us 2 is not a 10. Yeah, like, there's some games that a lot of people don't agree with. It's like Rotten Tomatoes, right? Where critical scores and audience scores very rarely align. Because it's all opinion-based, and just the opinions, some of the people came from people who were paid for their opinions, and that's the only difference.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Only review that matters at the end of the day is yours. You enjoy the game, then cool, it's all that matters. Hard agree, Jacqueline. I wish more people looked at games that way. I need to look up more for this fish art. Some exception to games like Redfall and Forspoken are just so bad. See, Forspoken is something I still plan on trying out, Austin. That's the thing, because way before release it caught my eye with like the movement and the idea of the magic system. That despite it, you know, being a flop and a lot of people being very vocal in their hatred of it, I still want to experience it for myself. Now Redfall, I have seen enough already that I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good, never touching that. And like Redfall was something that I never bought into the hype for anyway. Now I'm sure a couple of the homies are gonna feel called out by this, but the particular people hyping Redfall have a certain taste in game that in those games, let's just say, hype for them dies quickly. So the loudest champions of that game being The people who go really hard on a game that dies in a week kind of was one of the first red flags for me, but also it never looked like it was doing anything special or unique, so I didn't care. I still forgot to get a second wind gun, by the way. Oh, with reinstalling? Ooh. I don't want to buy shit. Yeah. There's a degree of relevance there. Like, obviously games are expensive, right? So you can't just buy every game you think is mildly interesting and try it and hope it's something you like, because that adds up quickly. I get that. Which is why reviews are still useful. In my experience, I think finding reviewers or peers who tend to have the same taste in game as you, or look at games the same way you do, is a good indicator of which reviews will be more useful to you as a consumer, right? Because, like, let's say you have a creator you follow who really likes looters and likes the same parts of looters you do. Like, let's say you're a build crafter, they're all about the build crafting, content variety, like all that stuff. And a game comes out that they specifically like for that stuff, then that game's more likely to be up your alley if you think about games the same way they do, right? Conversely, if a game comes out that you would think they would like, but they really don't for some specific reason, then that could be a valid red flag for you. I can't think of anyone who fits that description. I can't think of anyone who fits that description consistently for me, but that's why you cast a wide net and you, like, you know, multiple creators. Like, generally speaking, D2H, damn it to hell. He tends to be positive about reception of games and plays a lot of different games, and often we will appreciate the same, like, minor things about games. So, like, if he recommends a game to me, I'm much more likely to play it, because I like a lot of the stuff that he likes. Still have differences in opinion on game design all the time, but, like, I'm more likely to take an interest. Like, if Prids recommends me a game because we talk a lot about just, like, nerdy shit in general and have a lot of overlapping taste in media, I'm more likely to want to try the game. More games need demos? Agreed. Demos are also really good for generating hype. And, like, it's not, at least from the outside in, it doesn't seem difficult to do a demo, because you can just chop off, like, a section of the game and be like, hey, here, see if you like this. I can think of a bunch of games that have had so much hype around the demo. Like, Lies of P demo got a lot of traffic recently. RE4 remake demo was long anticipated and did a lot for building hype for the game. Final Fantasy 16 had a demo? See, I didn't know about that. I'm tempted to try that. You guys remember when you would buy this was like mid 2000s shit, like when the Xbox 360 was like a new console, or like when PS2 was the current console. You remember when you could buy like a game magazine and it would have a disc with a demo on it? It's the only thing is you want your demo to be 90% polished, if not more. Well, that's where it being very pick and choose friendly can be useful, right? Because, like, if you if you just make the demo like one of the best set pieces of your game, then people will be like, wow, I really like this. I remember buying a PS2 game that came with a demo for a completely different game. Yeah, that was common, at least in my memory. I was too young to have a PC console at the time. Those mags and stared wistfully at the discs. That's how a lot of people got into a lot of games they otherwise never would have given the time of day. Just a random demo for another title on a title that they were hyped for. I'm trying to think of the names of some of those game magazines at the time. Like, I'm picking the wrong ones. Like, Nintendo Power didn't do that.
Intel says
It's
there's an
Nintendo.
elevator down to the lower levels.
Did Game Informer do that at the time? I don't think it did.
I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Trying to fiddle through 20-year-old memories. Orange box. Ooh, that's a good example. Yeah. You mentioned how Mogus is getting a CBS show. I saw that tweet, and like, I wasn't surprised. Honestly, if anything, the surprise is that it took this long. The whole 2-hour Steam refund model effectively works as a demo. It can. It's just you still have to pay that money, so you get the money back. Like that's enough of a barrier for some people, right? In comparison, you have free demos. Like RE4, all the other ones we mentioned. Especially with $60 to $100 games. Yeah. No one's gonna recognize this, but Mac Addict used to have discs. Is that an Apple magazine? Or are you like a mac and cheese enthusiast? Be both, I suppose. Warmer? Which one did I say first? Apple. Okay. Never had a refund be denied, refunded over 20 games. I've never tried to refund. I suppose because I've been pretty picky about Steam purchases. Like, the only things I'll purchase willy-nilly are, like, if a game is something I've heard good things about, and I want to play it eventually, and it's like 20 bucks or less, then I'll buy it, throw it in the backlog. Like, I still haven't played Craft Champions, but it was like 25 bucks or something, so whatever, fuck it. But sometimes I'll just get a game on sale on Steam and then play it a year later. Like, that's what I did with DMC5. That's what I did with Nier. Sorry, Chris. Free floppies. I thought floppy disks were the coolest fucking thing. Floppy disks are the coolest thing since floppy dicks, am I right? this point, it's just comedic value to wind you up on stream. At my 3.5-inch floppy, well, that's pretty respectable. I played RuneScape and Dota 2 when I was a kid. A RuneScape membership because a friend would pay for myself in Dota Internet Cafe, and now it's free. I only spend money on games when I got older, and these days because I'm sick of paying for WoW and RuneScape memberships. Yeah, paying for subscription-based games over a long period of time really has that. It takes that toll on you. There was a window of time where I was simultaneously addicted to Star Wars: The Old Republic and Black Desert, and I was subscribed to both. So the amount of money I was paying per month on games, like that was without, you know, considering what I was spending on microtransactions in both of those games. It was not a financially responsible period of time for me. But like the amount of money I was spending per month on games was too much. Too much. That really adds up. CDs got phased out, man, I'm old. I still feel weird about that. Like, that one still doesn't feel real to me. Like, CDs, no, it's got them. They still feel like they're relevant somehow, and I know they're not. Like, I haven't had a PC with a disk drive since 2017. Like, I haven't seen a car with a disk drive like a couple years. But they still feel like they're a thing. Still around? Yeah, just like in the background. But they've definitely been phased out. R still is a CD player, but it's 2016. Cars feel incomplete without CD players to me. Is that weird? You consider USB sticks are facing on as we speak? Yeah, that one I've made my peace with. That one I can somehow wrap my head around more easily.
I'm on a freaking roll!
Ooh, that dude said he's going out for steaks. Now I'm hungry. That instantly made me hungry. How does that work? Isn't portable, our last portable CD player at my local Best Buy left the shelf like 2015. I imagine there's still a market for like USB disk drives and stuff for like installation of OS for people who don't have internet connection. But then again, there's just OS installed on the USBs directly. So like maybe not anymore. Maybe I'm showing my age. What age I started using a computer, rather. I feel like everyone gets more attached to tech that was relevant in the same decade as they started using tech. Punching wouldn't work? Yeah. The problem is you take a lot of damage in the process, but since Bear is tanky, it's not a threat at all. It's a lot harder to punch on like an actual melee build, but you can do that too. Punching the flying part is awkward. USB recovery drives are a thing. Haven't heard of CDs doing that in a long time. Damn. Oh, shit. Just like get crit. Like die anyway. I fished myself. Silly mistake. Phasor the goat. Slacking, you are slacking. I've definitely hit myself way more than 3 times. That command has been put in. Blu-ray exists, so does DVDs, I guess. Those are going away too. You remember when HD and Blu-ray was a tech war? And HD lost badly? Got scrubbed from existence, yeah. How about the Xbox 360 had a peripheral, just an HD DVD player that was like the same size as the Xbox, and it was designed to like sit on top of it. But the problem with that is the Xbox 360 ran hot as fuck, so it was just like one of those things you just don't do. It's like how they also designed that thing to sit on its side, but if you knocked it over while it was on its side, then it would scratch the disc. And it wasn't exactly stable. There's a lot of weird tech choices. Oh hey, we killed Kraken with a fish accident. Not Kraken, better half. For some reason I still find it hilarious the cheapest Blu-ray player was the Xbox. Oh, it was the PlayStation. The PlayStation. PlayStation 3 was the cheapest and most available Blu-ray player at the time. Shocker redeem one. I keep forgetting. I'll try to do it today. After stream. I think that I'm glad died out the fucking 3D TVs. Did those die out? I wasn't paying attention. I assumed that was still a thing somewhere in some capacity. But yeah, I'm glad to see that be gone. The Xbox for 4K? The Xbox was HD DVDs. So like in 2005, 2006, there was a tech war between Blu-ray and HD DVDs. And HD lost so bad, as Tom said, like it's gone. It's not a thing anymore. It was like iPod versus Zoom level of like, oh yeah, that other thing existed. I like this skill tree. There's not too much that you can do interesting punch-wise. And this is one of the things I'm glad I'm showing on stream. Like, you only have so much you can change in bear builds, because a lot of the tech that works in bear doesn't scale well while you're in bear, because Mayhem 2.0. And then there's just only so much you can do with certain hardpoints. Let's play some other stuff. Remember having an off-brand MP3 player, good times. I remember having a CD player that I used on school field trips. Mr. Meloetta. Mr. Volcanian. Let me update my title. We're just gonna do generic build stuff now. Let's do dot mouse. Demand shocker due for my gift sub. Okay, I'll do it. Sorry. Thank you for gifting out a sub. I do appreciate that. Total 17 in the channel, you're a real one. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. I just keep forgetting. Dude, I'm so tired. I was really tired. I had to drink a lot of coffee. Party GTD. Okay, good ball. Hungover. Let's drink some water. If you can get some greasy, like, bready food, My ideal hangover cure is a shot of espresso, a slice of greasy cheese pizza, and a nap. Some of those things are counterintuitive, but it works.
The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart so much as burst open from within.
Drinking Jack Daniels since like 10:30 last night. Ugh. The aftertaste of Jack Daniels is like, I can't drink a lot of that. It's just the aftertaste. I don't know. Ugh. More power to you though. Down home punch flavor does not have aftertaste. Good to know. Good to know. Bacon, egg, and cheese bagels, my hangover food of champions. Yeah, something about getting the carbs. Yeah. Carbs and cheese. Whip that shot pad. We were getting a Garmin GPS for birthday. It was unironically a cool gift. In like 2 years, had a car with built-in GPS. My dad once got pulled over. Now it was some good old racial profiling because driving through one of those areas in the South, and the dude just wanted an excuse to ask a bunch of racially charged questions. It's a bad experience, but the excuse the guy ended up using was that he wanted to know what that was on the windshield. It was one of those GPS you stick on the windshield with the suction cup. I think it was either Garmin or like Magellan, one of those. Honestly too hungover to move. Yeah, that's me if I drink like at all now. I got old.
You killed the cub! Blood feud!
Have to get my shocker redeem. I don't think it'll work if I set it up while I'm streaming. I have to like not be alive, I think. You old? I turn 32 next month. We're both old. Now, old is a state of being.
Fresh
Like,
targets over here.
I know people in their 60s. I know people in their 70s who aren't old. They got that youthful energy. Also, they take better care of themselves than I do.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
Quit drinking, been 3 months sober, try it out, feel better as a person. Hey, I'm proud of you for making that decision that that ended up being the right one
Those
for you.
finds are identical
That's
to
cool.
those found on Necrotafeo. I never thought to connect them to that planet's disintegrating structure.
Friend of mine from WoW is 95 years young. He's kicked my ass daily in arenas. 95 and still a gamer. That's awesome.
I love my big old bear.
Storm is so good. Overkill chaining a storm in this activity is like good clear. But I do need the overkill. Also does that. Rock bottom my substance use gets over for some people. Yeah, for some people it takes a wake up call. Some people do just have circumstances that allow them to just stop. It's different for everyone, but yeah, making the right decision for you, the healthiest decision for you, is definitely the most important bit. For some people, their life improves after they get sober. For some people, it's not actively detrimental. It's different for everyone. But I think relaying your experiences and that it's been a positive thing for you is a good thing. Series 95, not born in 95. Hey, I resemble that remark. That's a good red explosion. That hit? I don't think I hit. That's awkward. Guess I spam this. Oh, that was a good chain. Storm is such a goated weapon. Oh, that's not ideal. That's such an awkward place to get the item spawns. I hate it. Why are there 4 of you? What is this? These are not normal spawns. Come on. Get to the shield bar, then we're good. Then we're chilling. Right? Then we're chilling. Aw, we're not chilling. Well, we are not chilling. He was not chilling. Chilled too hard, actually.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart, so much as burst open from within.
Alright, challenge accepted.
I think maybe mana well switch for crystals makes sense. Get the shock bonus element on the hex.
You're in for it now! There!
Something about this build is just so satisfying. This is a dot Moze, by the way. Probably doesn't look like it at all, but dots are doing a huge amount of the work here. Something rad's floated over there and I didn't get a second wind. Let's process that. That I overkill. Cub just crit that Manticore with a grenade launcher. That's just impressive. Making the storm work at its peak potential. Is it the dot or the initial splash impact of the storm that's doing most of the damage? The initial impact. Because, huge radius. Splash. But the other part is doing good damage too. Welcome back, Foster. I think for this bit we switch to Mana Wall. This is a good test because getting weirder Moze builds through Guardian takedowns is actually kind of difficult. Like it's hard to not do the same cookie cutter stuff that you know works all the time, like shoot Plague Bear in Sky or Iron Bear, or Sparkplug Snowshoe, throw grenades. It's all very, it's been done. The weirder shit is a little harder. There we go. That's what we're going for. Missed the fetch of that. Guessing miss hemo fisting. I haven't done any hemo fisting today, because I just didn't feel like it. I mean, we did hemo fisting once already, a couple streams ago, fully geared. This would just be that again. It's not difficult, it's just chasing the boss and waiting for it to be in range. There's no failure chance there. Just tedium. So I decided not to do it a second time. I guess the manual is significantly worse into the armor phases, huh? And all that damage reduction does not stop me from yeeting myself. Yeah, you need to give Moze like 99.9 to like the power of 17 or something. Percent damage reduction for her not to one-shot herself. And even then, that's moot if he places a dot. Yeah, that was a good resolution chain. Like, Major Kong would go crazy here. Do I still have my Kong? Yeah, I do. Kong over slow hand.
Let's get it over with.
You not apply a dot, Kong? What is you doing, BB? Kong, where's your dot? Okay, there it is. I'm gonna jump into the tank, because this isn't that build. And also, I have Cub, and not Bear. Yes, any Moze build can just hop an Iron Bear and stand here, and then clear this, but that's not doing it, that's just bypassing it, you know? Which, if you're just trying to clear the content, totally valid. But, I'm playing specifically for the use of this build right now, rather than just trying to clear. That was a crit. Nice. Another crit. He's a god. Good shot. Ooh, good red explosion chain. That was so sick. How do I handle this? Detonate all these. Didn't do as much as I wanted it to. Or decide between getting director's cut versus designer's cut, which is better. Which is better, a fork or a spoon? That's how I look at that. They do different things. Director's cut is one of the few DLCs that tries to do multiple kinds of content. So, like, you got a little bit of story, you got a little bit of endgame, you got some other nice game-wide systems like vault cards. And of course, good gear as always. Cat, he's hungry. I gotta feed him in a minute. And meanwhile, designer's cut is a new activity, that's arms race, and also gear, and also you get the purple skill trees, which can be very impactful for build crafting. An empty can of compressed air to get Cat to stop doing cat things. Which is better, a kitchen scale or a pom-pom garland? Official chess grade anal beads. Final answer. Locked in. Threaten them with deep sea exploration. Banger joke, J-Bridge. Turns with milk and smokes. You gonna share? God, you got that in third option. Do I count on you? I aim to please. Hey, Fluffy Frogurt. Thank you for the 4 months. Meowdy to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Meowdy.
Whoopsie, I was not paying attention to my shield bar. That's not the right weapon. I should honestly, because that's inconsistent. Not that, this. Just for thirsting kills like this. I'm not attempting to do crystals terribly efficiently right now. Kind of trying things out as I play. This is definitely one of those pieces of content where, on particular builds, you need to... Like, this is a gear swap. You do specific gear for crystals on this Moze build, for sure. And I just ain't doing that. Like, instead of trying to fuck around with the Kong, you use Kick Charger and Plasma Coil for this. It's consistency.
Let's
Good dog. I like crystals. Oh, rip overkill. I didn't mean to fire that shot. I was holding on the trigger when I switched. Good red explosion. I'd miss. Weekend is Pokemon Nationals. Yeah, I'll probably watch them. I usually don't, but like this year I feel motivated. I've just taken much more of an interest in competitive since Scarlet and Violet. Team building is fun, and hearing people strategize around some of the crazy interactions that are out there in this gen is interesting. I'm critting a lot. Why do I have good aim when I... Like, what is this? I'm a gamer. How does the aim labs working out for you? I learned it by watching you. On phonics and video gaming. Using a Trick Room Screamtail team right now in VGC. 2000s or so in Master Ball. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, Screamtail is such an interesting Pokemon. Like, its move pool is actually kind of absurd. It's just one of the best support mons out there right now. And Hard Trick Room is, it's just been very consistently good in Gen 9. It's funny, because it's so common that it's become one of those things that can be perceived as less threatening because it gets misplayed a lot. Like, what I mean by that is, Ursaluna does not get played well. Ever. Like, it's a very strong mon, but I've yet to see anyone really capitalize on it. It's like, people go for the predictable shit. They don't do the naughty, the nasty, the who gave you the right to do this tech. Stuff like Belly Drum. Ooh, that was a big red explosion. That was like the whole platform. Hey, Irish. Power creep for Pokemon's nuts. I remember when B Dukes swept teams and Ubers. You remember when Blaziken got banned from Ubers for being too strong? Like, not Mega Blaziken, just Blaziken. You remember when Landorus was considered, like, the best competitive Pokemon of all time? But Landorus in 2023 is just a bad Great Tusk. Yeah, I said it. Landorus is just Great Tusk, but bad. Speedoos plays again. Yeah, that's the one, Irish. Hey, Viper. How you doing? Good red explosion. Weekend, I ain't gotta be work for a couple days, so I'm good. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. How BO3 been lately? BO3's been good. Been doing a lot of themed playthroughs and challenge runs. Pretty much finished up Bearfist only, so now we're just doing build stuff and chilling and chatting. This is a dot Moze, which is pretty fun. Fly a dot, and we do think. We get big red explosion.
Never mess with Mama's cub.
Or like legendaries outshine all others, should be stronger, but I like these chooses for non-legends most. Well, legendaries don't always outshine. Like that's the thing. Like the example I was just talking about, I think Great Tusk is a better Pokemon than Landorus. Landorus is a legendary, Great Tusk is not. And there's a lot of non-legends that are just competitively crazy. To your point about power creep, though, a lot of those are Paradox Mons, which are basically legendaries if Proto is active, stat-wise. But yeah, it's cool seeing some weird Mons get play. Like, Mimikyu is such a weird little Pokemon, but it's so good. Underrated, even. My boy Rillaboom. Now, I'm a Rillaboom believer. There were a ton of people running around saying that Rillaboom wouldn't be good because it lost Grassy Glide and Superpower in Gen 9. But, like, Rillaboom is the only grass type not named Amoonguss that sees play in Regulation D. So... Rillaboom believers. Murkrow and Prankster Tailwind. Yeah, Murkrow usage has dropped off a lot because of Tornadus. And I think it's going to drop again once we get Whimsicott in the DLC. But yeah, Murkrow still being relevant is definitely a good example. Good dot. Go on Pokemon. Sometimes. We switch topics. Chance you could run through the final build made for Bearfist. I didn't change anything from when you were last here, Foster. The skill tree is the same. I was thinking Lando and Great Tusk have way different use cases. If we agree in a draft, I'd pick Great Tusk way before Lando. They have somewhat different use cases, but they should be more different, but they're not currently. The reason for that is, like, Lando doesn't click Earthquake. At least, not a good Lando set. The good Lando sets don't click Earthquake right now. So that leaves you your other ground moves. And, like, what are your other ground moves? Oh, they're all worse than Headlong Rush. Lando's an Intimidator, sure, but do you want to Intimidate in a format where King Gambit and Annihilate are running around? I don't. Lando? Yes. Calrissian. Yes. For the tiers lower than OU these days.
Shame to see such brilliant
Yeah, UU is a pretty interesting tier.
must admit, you make it entertaining to watch.
Ooh, that's a good Sandhawk. Bearfist done? Yeah. Triple X wife dragged me out to a thrift shop the other day. I wound up finding two 24-inch LED monitors for $5 each. There's not one dead pixel between two of them. Back up to 4 finally. Let's go. I've definitely had to pay more to get 24 inches. So that's a win. You enjoy it? Yeah, Bearfist is cool. It's a little annoying against like Hemovorus, but a lot of stuff is, so like I forgive it. Like, it's a little annoying against better half and Hemo.
That's the way.
But you can just like play activities where it's not silly. And you got 24 inches for free. Oh, that sounds like a promise. If you're locked in, I'll be right over. All I'm saying, Viper, is it's still Pride Month for another half a day. We could send it off with a bang, literally. So this is a dot Moze. Status effect stuff. Hours 53 minutes. So we can cuddle for 5 hours and 50 minutes. Easy. Easy. I grenaded myself, but Russian offensive was so much healing that I lived. And mana wall damage reduction.
Wait, I lost count.
Need to kill something weak for the overkill. There we go. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. There's a lot of components to manage with this. Like, I need to stay sprinting so that I have amp. I need to not miss my shots by being terrible at video games. That's an important step. We'll just hex for this one. Yeah, I love the red explosions on this this setup. You get some really gnarly dot chains. If Amara's wildfire skill was like, if that was on Moze, this setup would be insanity. Because wildfire is just contagion that doesn't change elements. And doesn't have the single target component. Oh, that's unfortunate. Imagine Moze has status damage skill, that'd be neat. I mean, a second one. If you had the status chance skill, we'd be cooking. Your status damage one does work. One of them does. Awkward position. I need to kill one of these, start a red explosion chain to clear these out. And I missed, because I'm good. Oh, that was a huge chain. Oh, look at that. That cleared the whole map. That was every enemy here. Just. I forgot Spirit Firepower does something else other than cryo damage. Oh, classic BL3 moment where you forgot that the skill did the thing on the card rather than the other thing that we use it for. Classic. Yeah, I still have dots on enemies over there. He dotted me, so. Okay, red explosion chaining. That's awkward. We have this though. My annoying pistols only a mark question. Not annoying at all, Lyman. Ask away. I guess this is a mentality thing I need to be better about in the setup. Like, chipping down one enemy to start a red explosion chain is more important than me, like, distributing damage. I need to get in the habit of just targeting the weak enemies. Annoyed? What's happened? What's annoying you, Irish? Look at max out my damage from skill trees and weapons. Which things can I get boost pistol damage, passives, artifact, and class mod? Yeah. The thing is, skill tree is... Save. The skill tree is not gonna be a majority of your damage on a gun Amara. Like, there's a couple interactions that are key, like Indiscriminate, for example. But, like, you're gonna... Artifact passes are huge. In almost every build, artifact and class mod passes are the biggest component of your damage. Artifact passive is gonna be, like, real crazy for you. And gun annoy. Let's go Amara. But yeah, that's really where your damage comes from. Beyond that, once you solve that issue, it's you do see a noticeable difference between Gunamara setups when they are able to crit and when they are not. Make sure you're critting. when possible. Nice to meet you, Annoyed. I'm Ken. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits, Lyman. Always appreciated. Every bit helps. I'm funny. But they'll get good RNG in my passives. That's something that I really want going forward in this series for them to make much more attainable for all of us. Hey, first time all week our forecast isn't smoke. Reverse here. There's AQI warnings in my area today. Console farming is brutal. Farming in general. The reason why it's not brutal on PC is because we just cheat and don't do it. The actual farming itself, still awful. R goes from not damage to damage from 2 crits, everyone else goes from damage to more damage. Pretty much. Zane has the most benefit from critting, right? But he also has a lot of just non-conditional damage. Which, like, exists for more gun damage than anyone needs. Shit. Black has the least reason to go out of their way to crit, because it just happens naturally from Megavore. But also, Black doesn't have much in the way of direct crit damage, so it's like, whatever. Moze truly just doesn't care. Gagden doesn't even go up when you crit, so it's funny. Like, critting does not noticeably increase my damage output in this build. Skagden doesn't go up. My dots don't really go up. Oh, nice chain. I can keep overkill? Alright. Cat. Someone remind me to get him food after Scourge. I love the game so much, even though I hate every second of console farming, still do it with a smile on my face. More power to you. But for less than perfect drops, it's not about perfect drops, it's about specific drops.
There. That must be the source of the energy signature. Go in, Vault Hunter, so we may get a reading.
Nobody reasonably is asking for perfect drops. It's specific drops.
Science demands we make certain.
There's a difference. Because specific means if you want one specific passive, not necessarily everything to line up. If you want 1 or 2 things, good luck, it's not happening. Hey Ramen, how you doing? We're doing dot moves.
So it must be.
As in UTD? No, as in gun dot. Like that. Like, what are we using? The kick charger is like good consistency for overkill chaining and stuff, but like the storm is also really good here. Switching between Mana Well and Wish as needed. Status chance passive on an Atom Bomb Vic Rush is pretty cool. Then we get really beefy rat explosions consistently. Bloodletter, and then stacking a ton of gun damage, because gun damage increases dots. Like, obviously we're doing the superior firepower tech. But we got Harmonious Havoc. Almost no blue tree. This is a weird looking blue tree, huh? Max red tree with 5 thin red line, 6 desperate measures for optimal gun damage. I demand they add a new elemental type in called Polka so we can make polka dot builds. Love it. Full send. Need it in my life. Not my quag game. I gotta get overkill. Should be able to use the storm safely now. There we go. Oh, I missed. Melee dot build polka dot. Nice. It's optimal, because like short fuse ain't gonna dot. It's just gonna kill. Like, we don't need anything else up to that point. And the gun damage from red tree is more important here. The strange Moze sentence. Recently gifted one of my friends BO3 because it's $9 on sale. W. Seen him play for the first time and all the jokes is beautiful. That's awesome.
Time to open you up.
Big dot. When Vlad loves the racks. Morally correct choice. You're gonna explain in Punchbot, Ionic Melee, short fuse. So like, I propose that for all these acronyms we use, we just start using like location. So like, instead of short fuse, we just start calling it San Francisco. Just make it even more confusing. And Fran Moze. lost my overkill chain. Take San Francisco, everything on the map will die. You sound like the villain in like a 90s action film. Dallas of Texas. That explains the amount of damage.
What now?
Oh, I love that. Love hitting the collateral, dotting both of them. Not me hilling off the pillars. He's a bad man. Our favorite gun is the bitch you found in a porta potty. Could be the bitch you found in a porta potty. If you play your cards right. Oh my.
Excellent takedown, Vault Hunter. I have begun research on the nature
Truly a
of
Borderlands
plant
sentence if
hives,
there ever
and I will
was one.
personally
Yeah.
give you one
Yeah.
as soon as I compile a full report and send it out for peer review. Expected in about 3 years.
3 years. Okay, so tinfoil. Tinfoil. It's been 3 years since the Guardian takedown came out. We can expect Tannis's report now. What does it mean? Do a Mal one. 3 years is optimistic for a good report. True. Reminder, put fuel in your face hole. Right, I was gonna order lunch. Good reminder. I'll check her Twitter, but nah. Yeah. Cat wants food. Cat needs food first. All right. Yeah. Let's get the cat food here. You can look at the mana well-being and Giga Chad while I do that. Cat food first. Only take me a second, and then I'm gonna use the bathroom and scroll and see what I'm doing for food. Say hi, Jake. He's just chilling right here. He's waiting patiently. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this. Look at this face. He's purring very loudly. He's a good boy. Alright, yeah, I'll be right back.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Okay, okay. Me back, me back. Um, okay, so as much as I want to do sushi, A, my gastrointestinal health has not been fantastic lately, and I should probably do something a little easier on it. And B, shit's expensive. So, what am I getting? What am I getting? Keep getting coupons for groceries. I don't order groceries through this app. Um, I get a burger. I got a sandwich. Get a salad on rice. Might scratch that itch. True. True. Good callback, Foster. Good callback. Well played. Borger. Borger does sound good, huh, Felicia? There's Chipotle. I could order some IHOP. IHOP has burgers. Ooh, there's a falafel place near me now. I didn't know that was a thing. It might actually not be near me. That's kind of far. Reuben sandwich. Ooh, I'm speaking to me now. Oh, I do love a good Reuben. When's the last time I had a Reuben? It was a Panera one, like November. It was okay, Panera. International House of Burgers. They did briefly market themselves as that, Jay. I don't know if you know. You could be referencing that, and I could be stupid and not interpreting tone through text very well. But like they actually did do that for a bit. It was a whole marketing stunt. IHOP was IHOB. Reuben sandwich is always my go-to at a sandwich place. Yeah, steak and eggs. It sounds good. I suggest a Whataburger chicken strip sandwich, but I don't think they have those up north. Yeah, no, Whataburger is not a northern thing. I've only had Whataburger once, and like it was fine. Uh, yeah, that was the one time I've been to Texas when I had Whataburger. Yeah, burger works. Burger works. American cheese, bacon, and caramelized onions, garlic mayo. I don't know how I feel about garlic mayo. Mm, I'll try it. Aren't steamed cheeseburgers a thing? Maybe. Did my app crash? Yeah, it totally crashed. Okay, it saved the cart though. Okay. Wiki Uber arrives. Nice comes. Or Indian curry. I don't know of any curry places around me. Like, there's a few things I like to eat that, since COVID, I just don't know like the places around here. Like I need to find a pho place. I need a curry place, Indian curry place, and a Japanese curry place. I need both of those.
Intel says there's an elevator down
Hey, Tyrell, how you doing? Hope you're more knowledgeable about Borderlands. Others I've asked some questions, got back to BO3 after a few years away. I
lower levels. Make your
know
way
a
there,
bunch of
ready for
useful,
success.
useless information about this game. Yeah, hit me.
Counting on you, Vault Hunter.
I'm from a place where riddling bergs and yellow mustard is a thing, so what do I know? That doesn't sound terrible. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm weird.
Scrubs. Stay down, scrub. Whoever killed my cub is dead!
So in Malon Takedown, where the enemies have a lot less HP, you can overkill chain the storm really effectively. It's so satisfying.
Buongiorno to my tiny amigo.
Hey, Coombs, thank you for the 20 months. Original Jack, Cantaloupe Crush, and King Louis the 13th OG. They all have creative names. I respect it. Seen challenges like kill X out enemies with a lot of assault rifles. Don't see them listed on the challenges page. So do you own the director's cut DLC?
Today's Weed Uber specials I have ordered are Original Jack, Cantaloupe Crush, and King Louis the 13th Og.
I do? Okay. Thank you again, Combs. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so this menu, it'll be this last tab here, the vault card. Each of these 3 vault cards has rotating daily and weekly challenges. So, like, you'll be able to progress the one that you have actively selected right now. So, like, I'm on Fallen Heroes right now. My weekly challenge, kill 300 enemies with fire elemental weapons, and then dailies are kill 25 Ratch, kill 10 Goliaths, kill Road Dog. So you've probably been seeing progress towards these. That was such a sick red explosion. That was so cool. Now I can get overkill off of Kraken. I'll have overkill for Valkyries. Love new Vault Card or 2. Vault Card's such a good system. I really hope the next title has some implementation of Vault Cards. No dot? That's fine.
Yeah, bitches! We got contact. The birds.
The miss? That's so tragic. Actually needed that to hit. You get a dot? Oh. This is where Wish would be way better than Manuel for the dot consistency. It's my terrible fucking accuracy. Any idea best mark for gas call? Got all the buddy harvest stuff other than that, it's infuriating. Unfortunately, the highest odds you're gonna have are just killing Captain Haunt over and over again. That's the most consistent way. You're gonna want to have a place where you can optimally get ectoplasm pretty quickly. I'm a fan of going to the first room of the Guardian Takedown for that with Bloody Harvest on. And then you could just continually reset that room if you like. Good dodge. And then you just go to heck and kill Han again. I have fantastic aim. Nobody can aim like I can.
Not impressed with your mech tech, Malawan.
Wanna watch Dune? What'd you think? Dune Part 2 looking good? I'm gonna see it. You know, expectations are not particularly high. I don't think it'll be hard for it to be better than the first one. Not saying the first one's a bad movie, just saying it was kind of uneventful for someone who doesn't have an interest. I want more games, and it sucks because now it's trademarked. Nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War. Dude, Shadow of War is such a good game. Like, I've been considering doing a Shadow of War playthrough for stream, just because it's such a good game. Like, it's got a DLC that's just like, hey, you're not immortal in this DLC. Instead, it's a fucking roguelite. Deal with it. Like, it's so based. Like, the Nemesis system is awesome. The game had microtransactions, but people hated it, so they literally just removed all traces of microtransactions from the game. The grind to get the true ending was awful, so they made it less awful. Like, the post-launch support for that game went crazy. You can build craft. It's just such a cool game. I really want to do a Shadow of War playthrough. I'll leave you guys stay up doing math, like 4:30. That scenery is fucking insanely cool. I managed to wrap my head around all the alien names. Definitely slow in many paces. Yeah. Like, it's a visually awesome movie, and they've definitely got the talent in terms of the casting was good, you know, the cast themselves were good. I thought the acting was pretty cool. It just, the pacing was so slow that I didn't care what was happening for like most of the movie. It just felt like a very long trailer. Oh, we got no spawns there. Okay, well I guess I'm dead. So you all in BC at a horrid hour, you're doing math? Yeah, me and Glenny were doing Pokemon math for so long that Lazy went to bed and woke up and then came in and we explained competitive Pokemon to him and he was like, huh, that's kind of cool. Ever invited? Ken, you're always invited. I'll let you know next time we're doing a cooking session. And if you're free, you can hop in and cook. Generally mathing. So like, EV spreads for some of the mons that are in Gen 9 since the home update are really interesting. There's a bunch of threatening stuff you have to calc for. And optimizing those spreads. It's been pretty cool. Made a really cool Meloetta set and spread. And optimized Meloetta spread just surprises people. Like, they'll think they can sucker it on Qian Pao, they can't. They'll think they can Dark Pulse it on Shiyu, they can't. And then even just calcing speed tiers is currently really interesting, because there's so many Tailwind setters, but then you've also got Bundle and Flutter, which could be modest, they could be timid, they could be booster speed, they could be booster special. Hard Trick Room is so popular right now, so knowing when to overspeed, underspeed is difficult. Like, there's just a lot of factors right now, it's cool. General math. Blue rarity buff from the arcade work for dedicated loot because the no loot artifact doesn't. There is no way of increasing your dedicated drop rates in this game. Tyrael. I said Tyrael before. I'm stupid. Tyrael. Nothing increases steady drops except for when an item is in a pool that changes based on like what difficulty you're on. So for example, you can increase your rates of getting an EMP5 from Agonizer by making sure you are not on Mayhem 6 or higher, because then the back burner gets added to the pool, which technically speaking lowers the rates of the EMP5. So that does mean that farming a white elephant from Agonizer is actively awful, and it gets worse the higher you go in Mayhem level. Because, like, extra drop of the pool at 4, extra drop in the pool at 6, the stats of the white elephant don't change, and the drop rate never goes up. So if for whatever reason you were ever target farming a white elephant, you would most optimally be on Mayhem 3 or below. That's just like an arbitrary example. What Schluter can do, though, that you can kind of simulate it increasing dedicated drops, is if, for example, you're after a DLC item, most DLC items can world drop within their own DLC, so you can force Schluter to have more of those. It's a trick I use to farm for certain DLC 6 items without having to go to, like, Hemoboros. Like, you can force a world drop company man, or force much better odds of a world drop company man by using a Schluter anywhere in DLC 6, for example. It's kind of useful information to have. Pokemon Premier League on YouTube is an interesting watch. It's a draft league format, currently includes Pokemon Home, where I saw the closest thing to Ursaluna, but right? That's cool, Foster. I'll have to check that out. Skip Gen 8 completely. I haven't done a lot of calcs with those Pokemon at all, really. Gen 8 is something I'm playing more in 2023 than I did when it was, like, around. And I've really been enjoying it. Like, I still have to finish up Endgame in Legends Arceus, but, like, that's become my favorite Pokemon game. And I did a playthrough of Sword over the last 2 weeks that I've just really been vibing with. And it's cool. Playing my one life modes, thought, man, I wish I could go slightly faster, just get an EMP5, and then remembered, got a Vanquisher. Fuck Agonizer, yeah.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
One shot me? Holy shit. I mean, I guess there's 2 of them.
My bear and gets away with it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I shot through the heavy, killed it, and applied the dot. Kill this guy. I killed one of these for overkill. Oh, that rat's went far. Not a huge dot there, but a dot nonetheless. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect. Oh, that was the cleanest we've done on this build so far.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
Lined it up so I hit both parts with the same kick charger shot, and then we got the dot application on the lower half. That was perfect. You do it so you get those Pokemon into your Gen 9 competitive battling. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons. Also just playing for fun. Flip and ship it. Yeah, that was real clean. Yeah, one of the reasons I enjoy this setup so much is it's not using the expected stuff to kill on Moze. Like, we're not doing the ammo stuff that is a trap that people like to do. We're not doing Iron Bear. We're not even using Short Fuse. And we're not min-maxing our Skagda and Big Surplus bonus elements. We're going very light on action skill damage. It's just raw gun damage. Like, we don't even have Stoke the Embers. Raw gun damage for big dots. It's really fun. Other weapons that are good here. Surprisingly, Masterwork Crossbow is really good. Yeah, no, non-LE Hyperion sniper that it's hard to hit shit with is a good dot gun. It's weird. SF Force is surprisingly decent, although Plasma Coil just kind of fills that role better in most cases. I'm not good enough a gamer to get mileage out of Moonfire here, but like if you're good at video games, Moonfire is good for this build. Version, of course, always good in dot setups. Nukem, kind of too hard to use. Slow Hand's good, also hard to use though. Frozen Devil does surprisingly well. Song's awkward but good. Beacon didn't do as well as I'd hoped here, but the Beacon was eventually going to take an L, so it's fine. SRX a good dot gun? Yeah. Like, you can apply dots through your bonus elements. It's got a very high base, and just the status translates well. Not every non-LE weapon with high base damage is a good dot application method. This just happens to be one that is. I could use it a bit. Do another run. Use a crossbow from time to time. Yeah, there's some other build tech for different setups I've been messing around with. I was trying a Flores Lava Golden Rule Amara setup. The problem is if you're holding a Guardian Angel, Flores Lava just one-ticks you. So, yeah. At the DLC 2, yeah, the Frozen Devil. You know, the Shocker is probably decent. Oh, wait, hang on. I said it. I said the thing. We gotta play the thing.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
The Shocker.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you
Intel
to
says
the
there's
end
an
of the
elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
Shocker.
Counting on you, Vault Hunter.
It never gets old. Okay, now we have Overkill stacked.
Tango spotted.
I doubted myself. Hold still. I'll use a real gun for a moment. Oh, no dot there. Bad. I like how I said this thing's a good dot gun and then it just stopped applying dots. It's okay, it'll happen. It'll happen. At some point it's gonna start applying dots again, you'll see. You'll see. aim is incredible. Bushmaster Rogue is like one of the scope shakers in BO2. Badass scope is annoying. I've never tried, but like, I kind of want to mess around with just taking the scope off. You lose damage because scopes are damage parts in this game on snipers, weirdly. But, like, I just want to mess around with it. See how it would feel. Crossbow having performance anxiety. Yeah. Happens to the best of us. Hey, you. Dodge. Thank you. I wonder how this does into Kraken. Probably not well, but we'll find out. Not great. Didn't apply the big dot. It's okay. We just hollow point it. So because we're not leveraging Skagden particularly hard, and we have a ton of gun damage, like this is one of those setups where we don't necessarily need to be using splash stuff. Like if there was a really good dot gun that's non-splash, then it would just be good here. So this is like, I'm not gonna say this is non-splash Moze, but you could treat it as such in some cases. The main thing the splash is for is like the fact that our guns coincidentally happen to be splash, and also the red explosions. I didn't almost fall off. I don't know what you mean. There. Ever figure out explosion math? Yeah. Mr. Sean has a Google Doc page on that. Explosion math was done. I think I have a command for it, it's just I forgot what the command is. The Duck Rock Man. Yeah. Hey, Big Bob, how are you? Good to see you. Bad aim. Ah, it's red explosions. Hey. Imagine the link about red explosions called red explosions. Plural? Yeah.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger.
2021 Quag is an asshole for that one. I think I made that command. I don't know. Rads. That one too. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, Bridge, I think we're bad at this. Murdered by bad aim again. Listen. It's incredibly hard to hit headshots with a Master crossbow while sprinting. I'm not that bad. Maybe that bad. Okay, I wasn't even sprinting that time. I think I'm that bad. Listen, we don't have to talk about it. We just don't have to talk about it. Yeah, the fact that was killing over there, that was non-GA, just Hex and Rad Dots as I was running by. I'm just holding a crossbow. Like, that kills. It's cool. Or if these Malon guys are like trying to kill you or something, it's barely noticeable. We're just doing a bit of mailman taekwondo. See, that's a good dot. We got the shock dot on that one. Got the dot on that. Explosion chain from there. One dot there. Sad. Feel 3 dots just don't compare to 1 dots, or polka dots for that matter. Well, yeah, that's true. It'd be very hard to compare to Wonderland's dots, but the big area where BL3 dots are more difficult is the fact that, like, you don't have consistency. The only character that gets dot consistency in this game is Amara. We are forcing our dots to be as consistent as we can possibly get them on Moze. The only way we could have them be more consistent is by running 2 status chance passes on Artifact instead of 1. We lose damage by doing that. One of the reasons why I sometimes switch to Infernal Wish is because that is an extra instance of damage. Now, it's 1 fewer bonus element, but basically, I give up my chance of the really good shock dot in exchange for having extra chances on my fire and rad dots. And the weaker shock dot from my grenade ASC. But it's less damage in exchange for more potential consistency, whereas Mana Well just has more functions overall. I waffle back and forth on which one I like more. Mana Well is really nice because you get that 90% true damage reduction. Allows you to face tank anything. And then you also get the 100% shock bonus element, and you also get triple amp, as opposed to Wish only gets double amp.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I should let him spawn out.
Bring it. Blood feed.
Dot, sad. Loop around, try to shoot through this heavy and hit the boss. No dot. Dot. Oh, see, dot consistency. As I mentioned. I didn't have a dot on any enemies there, so I didn't have my healing. Slow in getting Manuel back up. It's okay, we do a lot of fucking damage. Yeah, really bad dot luck this time. Sounds like I said potluck. Hungry. There we go, we got a rad dot spread from explosion. Not get the good RNG this time. I applied the weak dot. The weak shock dot there. The mana will let us just take that attack from the boss. No problem. Go.
First round's on Lorelei. Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
Hell no!
Here we go. This is slow. Estimated arrival in another 15 minutes. Let's play some Amara. Yeah, I'm at a loss for what I want to do for content tomorrow. We talked about Shadow of War, and now I've got the itch for that, but like, I don't know how long that'll last. Like, that could be just the like, hey, I want to play this, and then when I boot up and have to do like the first act of the story, I just get bored. You know? Uncertain. Some of the Lucky 7 pet stuff. I may cry. I still have not finished. Have I finished the regular game on I Must Die? I think I did, actually. I'm not great at Devil May Cry games, so like, I don't expect to be virtuoso or anything, but still fun. Like, I've done the Virgil DLC on Dante Must Die. I think I finished base game. Refamiliarize yourself with Cyberpunk before Phantom Liberty releases. Maybe. I don't want to burn myself out, but like maybe. Mech, a robotic, a siren, a robotic. Marcus is very enthusiastic about the cast in this game. We were talking a lot about Devil May Cry yesterday. That's true. That's the thing we were doing. Really not ideal to abbreviate Cyberpunk. It can definitely be questionable. Yeah, yeah. But I always know what people mean.
little boy.
Grenade am I using? Yeah. Pissing, right?
Run, you weakling.
Those are ball skills and legendary skills. I haven't used my Elgato in long enough that I'm not certain it still works. I guess we could find out together.
Don't hold back.
Like, I do want to stream some Switch stuff. Still owe that Metroid Prime Remaster playthrough. I gotta buy the game, though. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. Good catting, Kevin. Good observation. Make a wheel of what game to play and let RNG make the call. Possibly. Any recommendations on a good weapon to farm Haunt with? Because it's kind of a pain, but I want to farm on May 11. I can't really give a recommendation without knowing more about like what you're doing. Like, what character are you on? Are you playing a gun build? I'm gonna assume yes. Weapon, so like a gun build, but like what character? I would need to know more about your setup. But most likely, a crit from Moxie will be one of the better weapons you can use against Haunt. Favorable elemental matchup against shields. It's got a big ol' open crit spot. You just flick heads with that thing. It'll be good on every character except Moze. Mara. Yeah, just you can use a crit. Fit Moxie for a crit. Phase cast 250 would be optimal here. Phase cast Haunt twice. And flick his head until he's dead. Or more dead. 3 dead. Double dead. Deaderer. Yeah, the thing with Haunt is he's one of the tankier bosses in the game. Not tankiest, but one of the tankier ones. And he's got some elemental quirks, like resist cryo, fire. But because he has a shield bar at a very open crit spot, you can just LOL crit and melt him extremely quickly. Your free radical comes from Beef Pliskin in the Director's Cut DLC. The Pandora mission. But that said, like, the crit is easier to get, and for this particular purpose was functionally just equal. So it would take you less time to just get a good crit. Walk away from a takedown stream, the music's just stuck in my head all day. Same goes for Cartels. Yeah. Hey Rexy, how you doing? I will pet the pet. Evan, come get pet. Come up where chat can see you. Cat. Yeah, it's a Kevin. The other end. Other end. Kevin, the other end. Yeah, that one. Good job, Cat. Look at him. He's just a boy. almost fell, you goof. What are you doing? Yeah, I think you're pretty cool too, cat. It said pretty tool Q, and I don't know what that means. What self Kevin butt emote. Cat is just an aloof roommate most of the time. And aggressively cuddly at bedtime. Yep.
Yes, to the bloodletting!
Cat starts sleeping on my head. I'm not a fan. Cats are alien weirdos. Cats have so much personality. Sometimes they just do truly weird shit. I almost want to do some, like, speed running, some time trial stuff. But one, I'm tired, and two, I'm waiting for my food to get here. I'm not leaving it outside while I wait for a run to complete, you know? Ah, the success imminent bridge death. Classic. Holy shit, Pat. That's a lot of drones, man. See, this is what happens when you use a better pet than Loader. The better AI matters. It matters a lot.
Don't run, you'll ruin the taste. Chew them to bits!
Walking laser death turret. And because I'm using an Iridian Skag, it's much more controllable. Got a responsive attack command, it moves quickly, doesn't get stuck on terrain as often. Okay, look at that. It actually keeps up. I know the answer, like, no, for sure. Drones from Mess Breakup get a bonus. Yeah, they're damage dealt by the pet, so they get the pet times 51 mayhem scaling instead of the normal times 34 that they get. They can crit via Throat Ripper. Kind of mismanaged my ammo a little bit. That's okay.
Thank you, boy. This is my purpose. A titanic takedown.
More powerful when the pet uses it.
Brilliant work,
Yes.
Bolt Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before they come at us again.
So things can only get one kind of mayhem scaling, is the way it works in this game. So if you have something that has one form of scaling using something that normally gets another kind of scaling, the game will use only one of them. Like, for example, giving Digiclone a fish slap. Digiclone gets times 31, so you get that, and not the fish's 16. Black pets get 51. So they get that, and not the 34 on the shield and the 16 on the fish. They just get one multiplier. Now, there have been cases where that has not been true. Like, there was a period of time where, because of the mechanics of how certain guns worked, environmental scaling was being double dipped. So, like, Ember's Purge, Puddle was still getting environmental. But, like, after getting Digiclones times 31, there's a time where OPQ explosions were getting clone scaling again for some reason. Again, welcome back, Foster. Black Knight. Yeah, I'm just playing different builds. This was Stackbot or Red Fang? This is the Red Fang. Yeah. So the bossing damage suffers a little bit when I'm running Red Fang over Stackbot, but like the pet stuff gets real strong. Hierarchy of some kind. I want to say it always picks the higher one. I want to say it always picks the higher one.
I missed you, boy.
But that might not be true because I'm not remembering fear of how certain Skag Den big surplus things work. But you only get one. And in all examples I can think of, you get the better one.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower
Kind of like how over in
levels.
Wonderlands,
Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
things only being one damage source works. Like something can either trigger Alchemical Agent or Wrath of Nature. So in that vein, you only get one form of scaling.
The bloodshed, the chaos. Give in to the bloodlust beast.
Another Dead by Daylight dating sim. It's enough browsing scene for today. You're really gonna come in with news like that, Vocal? And not give me the sauce? This guy gets 31 on hollow points even though hollow points 34. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was unsure about. So it doesn't always take the highest, it just takes one of them. Not always the highest, but you do only get one. Or are you saying hollow points additionally get the 31 for Skag done? Yeah, that's another possibility thing. But generally speaking, you only get one scalar. It's like good. Like with all things in BL3 build crafting, there's always weird exceptions, and Skag then is a cursed bonus element. Colonel Sanders dating sim and Joe Biden dating sim. I didn't know about the Joe Biden one. The Colonel Sanders one, unironically, fucking funny. I watched a Let's Play of that. It's great. Hooked on You? They didn't. They didn't. Hooked on You. That's pretty good.
to fight.
But back to the pet scaling thing. There's some weirdness sometimes, especially around the environmental scaling thing again. Like, there was a time where Spider Ant Scorcher's puddles were getting... I believe we reverse engineered it, and they were getting both the pet scaling and the environmental scaling. So, basically, if you put Spider Ant Scorcher in water and have it do its puddle attack, it was able to one-shot, like, almost everything. Which is very funny. Just add water. Separate scalars. Yeah, so Skagden is a cursed instance of that then. Wow, pet. I'm down. I didn't have time to do anything.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Did you know they make rotate for AI?
I actually want to think about man modifiers on this. Yeah, I heard you talking about the spider, right? Yeah. Separate scalars. Yeah, that's, I wonder if that's the unique to Skagden thing. Because, like, Big Surplus might do the same thing then? Because Big Surplus is a bonus element that properly inherits scaling, but it's also one of those action skill ones, and it can crit independently. So, like, it's its own damage source. So it probably still is the times 31 on something that already got the times 34.
Good boy.
It's probably the same. Yeah, that tracks, because it's its own damage source. Yeah.
Yes.
So many drones. Trying to think of what man modifiers we can use to benefit pet here. Like, if we went mob mentality, enemies would shoot faster, right? Which means the pet is gonna get hit more. Which means more he bites. What else could we take?
Go and meet death.
Damn Scouting Skirt? Yeah. Yeah. Food should be here in a moment. That's been a lot to handle today. It's certainly been an interesting day, chat-wise, yeah. Look at that number of drones. It's because every time me or the pet crits, that's getting enough shields back so that it can get another drone when it breaks again. But Pet is constantly having aggro. But because of Hive Mind, Pet is also taking damage every time I take damage. So, like, the drone count just gets real crazy real fast. Like, I could hit myself here to make Pet take damage. Now each time I crit here, it'll get another drone. It's pretty good. Pretty good. My food's here, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab it, and then we'll kill Woden. All right. I got burger. I got fries. We're chilling. I got Jake thinking this is his food.
Never wanted to just go out and murder people.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Come on, boy, get him.
I guess I can just do that.
Pathetic end for a
That was easy.
Titanic takedown.
The exact look just now. Uh-huh.
Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
I like the setup. It's a fun one. It's a little awkward when I don't manage my ammo well. A really satisfying boss kills. I also enjoy that it's a non-stack bot Lucky 7 setup. Normally with Lucky 7 stack bot, it's just so good that you have no reason to not run it. But in this particular instance, Red Fang gives survivability and pet consistency, and we already do a lot of damage. Works out well. I still feel like I'm not leveraging the grenade slot very well. But I don't really know what to do about that. You know what? I've been live 4 hours. I don't eat this burger. Decent point to stop. But I appreciate you guys immensely. Thank you for hanging out today. I will be live tomorrow. I have no idea with what. Could be BL3, could be Shadow of War. I have no idea what my next stream will be. Figure something out. Who's live right now? Pascaroni's on. He's doing Saints Row stuff. Great Pascaroni. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. For, the Baconators. And, yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Daily reminder to, drink some water, pet your pet, wash your ass, eat the rich. Bye.
She pulled her legs in,